are on the air. So good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 17th, and welcome to Beaumont City Council closed session. I will call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. Nicole, can you please take roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. And just a message, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any comments?
I have no comments for this portion of the meeting. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Mr. Pinckney, would you mind reading the items for discussion in closed session?
Yes, the council is meeting in closed session on 4 items. Item number 1, conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, United States Bankruptcy Court, Central District of California regarding the Preserve LLC as debtor. Case number 210BK18429BB. The second item is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. The third item is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3, and that's workers' compensation case number COBM0095. And the fourth item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representatives, City Manager Todd Parton and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association and the SEIU.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. If there are no questions, we will go ahead and adjourn to closed session at 5:02.
He said it took him a while, but he finds somebody way better than Bob.
Yeah, she is, that's for sure. No kidding.
We're live? Okay.
You don't hear that name very often either.
Okay, so
That's
can
great.
everybody hold on for 1 second, please?
When they say Misty, he says,
Hello,
My sister was married to a dude.
hello?
Man, it doesn't work out.
So I'm hoping the other David and Misty stay together. That John?
yeah,
Yeah, what do you think?
okay, that sounds,
What's?
You guys hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, just hold on.
Okay.
I want to say something for the record, so we need to be live. Okay. Yes. Can you put them in the waiting room?
Okay, so on item number 1, which is related to the Preserve LLC, before going into closed session, Mayor Laura has indicated that he's going to recuse himself on that item, and so we wanted to note that before we go into closed session. So go ahead.
I currently work for Imagine Schools, who also works with Mr. Shardlow. So therefore, out of abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from item 1 in closed session. Thank you. Okay. And we are back from closed session. Welcome to the regular section. Today is Tuesday, August 17th. Mr. Pinckney, and I'll call this meeting to order at 6:10. Can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Laura,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
and Councilmember Santos.
Here.
Mr. Pinckney, can you please report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item 1 was conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, United States Bankruptcy Court, Central District of California, regarding the Preserve LLC as debtor, case number 210BK18429BB. And prior to going into closed session, Mayor Lara recused himself on that item and did not participate in closed session on that item. Item number 2 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of let me back up. There was no reportable action taken on item number 1. Item number 2 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item 3 was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3, workers' compensation case number COBM 0095. There was no reportable action on that item. And item number 4 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, the employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association, and the SEIU, and there was no reportable action on that item either. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Councilmember Martinez, will you please lead us in the flag salute?
Sure.
And after that, we'll have invocation by Chaplain Dwadell.
Your hand over your heart, please. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will you join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for today and all of your blessings. Thank you, Lord, that your word reminds us that you will never leave us nor forsake us, and that you will supply all of our needs according to your riches and glory in Christ Jesus. We come to you tonight as men, women, and servants. We are servants to our community, and we want to serve them well. Governing a body of people is one of the greatest responsibilities a person can have, and we should always lead by example as servant leaders. Father, your word says, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him. So we ask for the wisdom to lead your people. Encourage and strengthen us to be men and women of integrity and character, always striving to be above reproach, knowing that we will all stand accountable before you one day. Father, thank you for calling us to serve. May our lives please, honor, and glorify you alone. And we ask all of these things in the mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain. Nicole, do we have any announcements or recognition this evening?
None this evening.
Okay, thank you. This brings us to the public comment period. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing to our staff member. Nicole, do we have any public comments at this time?
I had a request for a written comment only if he was not able to attend in person. Should we do the in-person comments first, if there are any?
Yes, I believe that gentleman is here. Who do you have the email from?
I have a Mr. Henson, Hanson.
Mr. Hanson is here this evening, so we'll go ahead and have him speak here. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I just want to kind of clear things up and kind of figure out what was going on, because there's a lot of people on this Nextdoor app asking this question, and I was also curious myself, so I know a lot of people in the community are wondering about this. But we're all wondering if any of these developers are being held to clearing up traffic problems and whatnot, being responsible for traffic, because like I noticed a Cherry Valley exit going eastbound right there, it's like really crowded, yet you got all this housing and development there. So it's like, is anyone paying for that off-ramp to be made? Where I live in Seneca Springs, you got the 79 going to Beaumont Ave, which is a huge problem, which I'm sure you're aware of. And so I'm just wondering if in the future, is there any plans, like the developers to foot any bills to pay to any of these traffic problems to be alleviated, or any construction to be done on any? And there's also that bridge going over by the Amazon warehouse over the 60. There's no on-ramps or off-ramps there, which I think would clear things up as well. But I imagine perhaps some of this is in the works. I just don't know, and neither does anybody else. And so we're all kind of curious, are they being held responsible for clearing up some of our traffic problems? Because they're bringing in all kinds of people, but, you know, we have to suffer the traffic congestion. So.
Mr. Parton, can you make a quick comment on that?
You betcha, you betcha. The development process has a evaluation process where things like traffic and other environmental impacts are analyzed, and there's recommendations, and there's implementation mechanisms in those plans. And so there is a process to evaluate that, and then to look at what needs to be done to address the impact that that project is having. In addition to that, there are other regional transportation plans that are in effect, and there is an additional regional fee when a developer comes in that they're assessed either to make the improvements or to pay fees, and then those go in to address some of those other projects. On some of the large-scale projects like the highway projects, the ramps, that is all subject to review by Caltrans, and so there's an extended process through those things. But at the end of the day, when a development comes in, we analyze the impact, and then there are mitigation things that development has to do in order to proceed forward to development.
Okay, so people are being held, these developers are being held responsible for this, and we are
Yes.
gonna get this cleared up? The
Well,
congestion?
it takes, you know, it takes many, many millions of dollars to address some of the things like off-ramps. The Potrero Road is the overpass that goes over Highway 60. And so there's 6 ramps that are needed for that full partial Clover interchange there. That's probably about a $40 or $50 million project. And so we've been talking to Caltrans, for example, on how to break that project into some phases that create more affordability to get some of those initial phases done. So there's plans to address various large-scale projects like that.
Okay.
On that project, for example, we've got about $6.5–7 million in cash right now to put towards those partial ramps at Potrero and 60, for example. But there's still about another 18 million that we need to try to get funding secured to do some of those things. So,
Okay.
there's a process, and it takes time to put together all the funds to get some of these large projects completed.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your comments. Nicole, do we have anyone else?
Harry, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line. One called with just some questions, but he's going to probably call back or attend in person next meeting.
I have no other written comments.
Thank you very much. So with that, that brings us to consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar, we'll take them as one action item unless there's a request to pull an action item for further discussion. Do we have any items that, Councilmember Santos?
Mayor, I'd like just to pull item number 6, just clarifications on that item.
Okay. If there are no other requests to pull item, do I have a motion?
And Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 5.
I'll
I'll
second. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Councilmember Santos, second. Take roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Okay, on item 6, it's the general fund and wastewater fund budget to actual through July 2021 and fiscal year 2021 fourth quarter whole cash investment report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have the July financial reports for you. These reports represent 1 month of activity in fiscal year 22. July and August reports will look different because these months we are working on prior year accruals. What happens is you will have receipts come in throughout July and August, but we then have to do journal entries to reverse the revenue out of the current fiscal year and apply it to the prior fiscal year. The revenue most affected by this is your taxes. There are some accruals that also happen within expenses. For example, we have 1 out of 26 payrolls posted, but 4 days out of that payroll is accrued into prior year. Essentially, July and August are a work in progress until we are finished closing out the prior fiscal year. And with wastewater, will also look different in July and August as we bill in the arrears. Therefore, the wastewater revenues that come in between July and August are also accrued into prior year as well. And the other financial report in your packet is the pooled investment portfolio holdings report being presented to you per your investment policy. And this report is quarterly and provides you a view of your cash and investments as of June 30th, 2021. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Go ahead.
Very good. Hi, Jennifer. Just
Hi.
like quick questions on the report. Now, you're telling in here, this is a quarterly report, because I'm looking on your year-to-date activities on this, on 2019 to 2020, we have a negative revenue on this, especially on the sales tax. I know there's an accrual on every quarter, and now jumping on the 2020 and 2021, we have a negative on the sales tax of 1.3 million on this. And then I'll just jump in. I mean, all the way back, we're expecting a negative of, on general fund of 2.6 million on this period for fiscal year 2021 on this. And I know you have probably still in transit some of the deposits on the some of the revenue, but first time I've seen a negative revenue on a quarter. That's one of my, I like do some clarification on this. Thank you, Jennifer.
Absolutely, yeah, and because we're taking in the receipts that come in for July and August, we have to track those, and then what happens is there's a journal entry. So that journal entry moves the revenue into the prior fiscal year, and it reverses it out of the current year. And when it reverses it as of July 1. So if you run the reports just as July and not include August, you're not getting the full picture of the net zero in this fiscal year and putting it in the past fiscal year.
Okay, good. On this, I wish there's a note in there. There will be a GE, a journal entry will be, put it on a certain given time. Now let me ask you a quick one in here, so everybody will not get bored on this. So because this number, I mean, back on your wastewater budget to actual, there's a note in there, and I know it says in there on your item number 600 item on that, it says one of 26 pay periods recorded. So I know it's it's only one pay period on this. I mean, if you calculate that on that side, especially on fiscal year 2021, there's 50,000 in there, and if there's only one pay period, so we're looking around 6 million on this. I mean, not 6 million. I mean, will be 600,000 or up to 6 million.
Well, what happens is it depends on timing. So when you are doing the accrual, anything that's for the pay period up through 6/30 has to be accrued back into the prior year. And that can differ by year, depending on when your pay period ends. So this pay period is 4 days out of that pay period is accrued back, but the prior year could be a different amount of days. And so it's going to vary year to year.
Okay,
And so this one has some accrual in it as well. And then so when you have, when you start to trend line as the year goes on, you'll be able to trend it out better than what you can just based on the July reports.
okay. Yeah, because it shows only one line explanations in there. So good
Right,
job.
right.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mayor, that the Finance and Audit Committee did review this, and they were appreciative of the pooled investment report. So just wanted to mention that they had overseen that. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Eustachian.
Mr. Mayor,
Do we have a motion on item 6?
I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
Councilmember Finn.
Ms. Eustachian, on the pool investment portfolio holdings report, is this general and restricted funds combined?
Yeah, this is your cash and your life. So your pooled cash represents pretty much most of your funds. They're all included in your pooled cash, which is your general checking. And then you have segregated funds within different cash accounts. And then you also have your life investments. So this is just to report, not fund balances, but to report what you have in cash and investments.
Okay, and how often are those fund balances reported out to the council?
Fund balances are reported with an audit, but I will try to include them in some quarterly reports moving forward.
Okay, because if I could see that quarterly, I would certainly appreciate that. It would help me kind of keep an idea of where we're heading with each one. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the item number 6 on consent calendar, Mayor.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to public hearings, item number 7. I work for Imagine Schools. Mr. Shardlow also works with Imagine Schools, and therefore, out of an abundance of caution, I'll recuse myself on this one item.
All right, so we'll go to item number 7, which is to conduct a public hearing and consider an ordinance rescinding all prior approvals for the Legacy Highlands Specific Plan project. And the staff report, who's that going to be given by? Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not going to read the staff report in detail. It's very long, and all of you have the opportunity to read it line for line. Instead, I'm just going to go through point for point on the various items that are covered here. So this involves the Legacy Highlands project, which involves the Legacy Highlands Specific Plan, which was approved by the Beaumont City Council on January 15th in 2008. Along with the specific plan, there was, of course, a final environmental impact report, specific plan, resolution requesting annexation proceedings, a zone change, and specific plan, as well as a development agreement. So these were all approved. Subsequently, a lawsuit was filed under the California Environmental Quality Act in February of 2008, challenging the approval of the Legacy Highlands Specific Plan project. A hearing on the writ petition was conducted in February of 2009. Court found the EIR deficient with respect to water supply impacts and alternatives analysis. Further, the court held that the statement of overriding considerations did not comply with CEQA. The applicant then filed, or at some point filed, a Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceeding, which was done during the CEQA litigation. And so, you know, with any bankruptcy, that puts a stay on the judicial proceedings. However, in December of 2008, the United States Bankruptcy Court entered an order granting relief from the automatic stay to permit the CEQA action to proceed. Then in 2009, actually June 30th of 2009, given that the CEQA action was successful in validating the EIR, the city complied with the judgment and the writ by enacting Resolution 2009-24, which rescinded all the approvals for the project, both the entitlements and the EIR. Then fast forward, so that was in 2009. Then city didn't really have much involvement with this project again until 2017, 8 years later. At that point, the Preserve LLC asserted that the city violated the automatic stay of the bankruptcy court by enacting Resolution 2009-24. 2009-24 was the resolution rescinding the entitlements. And so the argument there was that while the opponent of the project won the CEQA case and a judgment was issued which ordered the city to invalidate the entitlements, the Preserve LLC argued that, well, you were not allowed to actually comply with the court's order. And so the city, on the advice of its bankruptcy counsel, stipulated that the rescission was rescinded, which of course meant that the entitlements went back into effect essentially. Subsequently, an applicant has prepared a partially recirculated environmental impact report based on the CEQA judgment. The PREIR was circulated for a 45-day review period, and it was for the purpose of correcting the defects with the EIR that the CEQA court had found were inadequate. So the applicant then requested that the PREIR be approved by the city council. The city attorney's office requested a stipulation from the applicant that it be allowed to proceed to consider the PREIR and the entitlements in accordance with its full discretion. The city attorney's office and the applicant's attorney were unable to reach a voluntary stipulation. Therefore, the city filed a motion for relief from the automatic bankruptcy stay on May 21st, 2021. That was filed in the United States Bankruptcy Court. And the United States Bankruptcy Court granted the city's motion for relief from automatic stay on June 29th, 2021. Court ordered, among other things, that the city may comply with the statement of decision, the judgment, and the writ of the Riverside County Superior Court in the CEQA action that was issued way back in February of 2008. And so what you have before you tonight is ordinances which rescind the entitlements and the final environmental impact report as was ordered by the trial court back over a decade ago in February of 2008. The project, I'll just go over a tiny bit of this. Project site is located southerly of State Route 60 and westerly of State Route 79 in unincorporated Riverside County, adjacent to the boundary of the city of Beaumont. It lies within the Beaumont sphere of influence and would need to be annexed to the city as one of the project's requested discretionary actions. Project would provide for a total of up to 2,868 dwelling units. That would be made up of 1,107 single-family residential units and 1,761 active adult low-intensity residential units, 100 acres of commercial/industrial uses, a 20-acre school site, various neighborhood parks, undeveloped open space, and all supporting infrastructure and utilities. So what you have before you tonight, I'll just skip now to the recommended action, which is on page 211. The recommended action, unless you have any questions, would be hold a public hearing, which we're going to do in a moment, waive the full first reading, and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, decertifying the final environmental impact report, rescinding adoption of findings, statement of overriding considerations, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, specific plan number 07-02, pre-zoning ordinance number 924, development agreement ordinance number 925, and request for local agency formation commission to initiate annexation proceedings as to the Legacy Highlands specific plan, site plan, land division, annexation, pre-zoning, and zoning. And then you have the ordinance attached to the staff report. And so that concludes the staff report regarding the Legacy Highlands specific plan project. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a real quick question on the recommended action. It mentions the first part, I understand, but then you go on request for the local agency or LAFCO to initiate annexation proceedings, specific plan, site plan, land division, annexation, pre-zoning, and zoning. So that is all after we've rescinded, if we choose to rescinded the findings, the statement, the considerations, mitigation, all of that?
Yeah, all of that, right.
Okay. I think we should open a public hearing at this point. And so we'll open that public hearing at 6:37. And I know Mr. Shardlow and Mr. Golkar, you want to speak on this item? Yes. Okay, hold on one second. Do we have anyone else on the line that would like to speak on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys have a preference who goes first? Okay, Mr. Golkar? Yes. Okay. So normally we try and limit the comments to about 3 minutes. We're going to give you a little more time. Yes. I think we're going to try and set you between the two of you at 15 minutes.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is David Golkar. By the way of background, we've been involved in the development in Beaumont since 1998. The first master plan community was Oak Valley Greens, and we were involved in most of master plan communities in the city. Our area of expertise is in design and construction of master plan communities in the western United States, such as Texas, Colorado, Arizona, California. I was a planning commissioner for the city of Mission Viejo, serving as the chairman, a head of architectural committee for 4 years, also active member of BIA, ULI, NHBA, ASCE, and Caltrans professional expert. My team and I were designer and creator of the Legacy Highland, a multi-generational master plan community started in November of 2002, almost 2 decades ago. We obtained the approval of EIR, development agreement, CFD, specific plan, 44 track maps and annexation on June of 2008. This process took a lot longer than normal approval timeline because we were part of the larger annexation package that was initiated by the city. The city was not able to complete the annexation and began our own process. As you're aware, 30 days after the approval date, the city was served with a sequel lawsuit challenging the EIR. The city recommended the Gresham Savage law firm to defend the lawsuit on behalf of the city and the property owner. We continue to be aligned with the city. Unfortunately, the market crashed and we were victim of fraudulent loan. A voluntary bankruptcy was filed in September 25th of 2008 to protect the asset and allow us time to deal with CEQA challenge as well as the lender. The process took several years. Entitlements were reinstated in December of 2017, as explained in the staff report. We worked with the water district with the cooperation from the city to get WSA approved, which was part of the corrective measure for the EIR. This process took many years. We finally got the approval of WSA in June of 2020. We then immediately completed the partially recircular draft EIR. The document was reviewed by the consultant hired by the city, approved for the public review, and it was ready for circulation in December 2020 for 45 days. We responded to all comments, written comments. We were supposed to go to the city council in March of 2021 for approval of PREIR. We were then notified that the city was advised that it needs relief from stay, which we believed it was already issued back in 2009. We have had a great working relationship with the city staff and the management, and proud to be a partner with the city. In the spirit of cooperation, we previously dedicated over 16 acres of land for Portero Parkway, 4th Street, as well as Caltrans at no cost to the city. As a result of the dedications, major infrastructure has already been installed in 4th Street, as well as 3 major domestic water line with a different pressure zone and a 24-inch ductile iron pipe for reclaimed water, sewer gravity line, sewer force main, sewer lift station to service the Legacy Highland project. Same major infrastructures were installed in Portero Parkway, all power, gas, telephone, cable TV, also installed, including all the street improvements. These were all master plan infrastructure to accommodate 2,868 units of residential as well as industrial commercial component of the project. The total cost was in the tens of millions of dollars. We're also a participant setting up in an area benefit district to build the first phase of the Portero interchange, the bridge. We spearheaded to get construction budget for the bridge, which subsequently the city formally bid the project and made the construction of the bridge a reality. We also participated in the weekly meetings during the construction of the bridge at no cost to the city. We have the largest master plan community, not only in the city of Beaumont, but County Riverside. This community will provide much needed variety of housing types, including affordable housing for the community, and provide thousands of temporary and permanent jobs. This master plan community also brings tens of millions of dollars of the city fees that can afford to complete the second phase of Portero interchange, as well as Pennsylvania and other transportation improvements. In the spirit of our partnership, we have also designed the commercial industrial to accommodate excess dirt that comes from the construction of the ramps that will save millions of dollars in hauling dirt to the offsite location. We had meetings with the city management team almost every other month for several years. We have done all of that so that we can get a PREIR approved and move forward with the project. We were told to comply with the writ of Superior Court. We need to set aside the approval for the project by ordinance that requires first and second reading, and we'll bring back the project on October 5th of 2021 for consideration and reapproval. The only issue was the one item in the development agreement that needed to be modified regarding transportation fees to be paid to the county instead of the city TUMF program, which we agreed. We believe this could be done by resolution and both set aside and reinstatement in one hearing and a resolution to approve PREIR. However, we will be happy to comply with what's proposed. I came across Mr. Nolan's declaration yesterday. Mr. Nolan was the original attorney on this case hired by the city with the same law firm. He has since retired. In his declaration, which you have probably a copy in your packet, he states in paragraph 9, page 2, and I quote, "Debtor in position and the city had left open the option to either pursue an appeal or comply with the order from the trial court requiring corrections to the EIR and setting aside the other approvals while such corrections are made. Debtor in possession and the city have worked together to determine that complying with the court order and revising the document presents significant time and cost savings over an appeal. Importantly, the city has demonstrated a continued support for the project, and setting aside the approval is merely a necessary step in completing this project in the shortest and cost-effective manner." In paragraph 12, page 3 of his declaration, and I quote, "It's important to note that the trial court's determination that there was some CEQA non-compliance does not result in a determination or direction that the project cannot be approved. Instead, under the CEQA, court's determination is limited to finding of compliance or non-compliance with the CEQA." He also states in paragraph 13 of page 3, and I quote, "By reason of foregoing the court's order to Beaumont to set aside the land use approval was simply a direction to the Beaumont to do so until the CEQA defects the court found to exist corrected. It's neither necessary nor proper for the project environmental impact report, EIR, to be created new. Indeed, these claims are alleged CEQA non-compliance are already found by the court to be without merit, cannot be raised again. Thus, the process of CEQA correction is typically much less time-consuming than initial process." End of quote. However, a couple of days ago, I heard from our mutual attorney that the city wants to hold new application for processing. That was not the intention of setting aside and reinstating the approval as outlined above. The application was filed properly, project description, and the ownership remains the same. And nothing has changed since we are grandfathered from adopted general plan. So we are complying with no further review, and further review is not necessary. All the deficiencies in the EIR were already reviewed and approved by circulation. All the court is asking is to bring compliance through PREIR, and that is what we have done. We just need city approval for PREIR to file our compliance with the Superior Court, and we are done. No additional discretionary approval is necessary or required. If the city desires additional project component, such as increase in industrial or residential, we can accommodate in this specific plan amendment after PREIR is approved. This will be the first master plan community in the state of California incorporating people movers from residential to commercial industrial area, which are major employment center, which brings carbon footprint substantially down. People movers can be extended to the metro station and make Beaumont the first city to have access to major employment centers and have a model and be a model for the rest to follow. We want to leave this legacy behind in partnership with the city's leadership for generations to come. We'll greatly appreciate if you can direct staff to have direct dialogue with us like any normal process and not to have to go through city attorney's office to our office. We have been banned from communicating to them or you since March of 2020. We have major national tenants and industrial and commercial, as well as national residential home builders that we have been in negotiation with and waiting for PREIR approval so that we can sign them up in a realistic timeline. Greatly appreciate your time and consideration. We respectfully request to continue this matter for 2 weeks to resolve any outstanding issues with the staff, and I do not think there is any more clarification needed from the court. It is crystal clear intentions of the court and the parties were to address the court's order by fixing the EIR, not voiding it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, We also have a video presentation that was done on real civil base that we'd like to present to you. It was sent to the clerk's office later on, early this afternoon. And we would like to play that for you to further see what this project is all about.
So let me ask you a quick question. There will be other questions, I think, by council, but before Mr. Shardlow gets up, I wanted to ask you, you said that you've been involved in this project since 2002, 96, I think you said originally, 2002?
2002. I've been involved in projects in the city of Beaumont since 1998.
But I mean this project.
This project is since 2002.
And what is your role now? What is your title? How do you represent?
I represent Legacy Highlands Project and a partner in the deal, and also designer
So you're a
and a
partner,
developer.
you're a partner in the deal as well as you
Yes.
represent the,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, we'll see. It's been about 12, 13 minutes. I want to give Mr. Shardlow a chance to speak, and if you think that the video is relevant to what we're deciding today, if it's an old video of the project, I really don't want to spend the time on it. You could, if we have it with the city clerk, we can all view it ourselves.
I think it's modified, and I think it's important for you to see our vision.
Is that more important than Mr. Shardlow
No,
speaking?
Charlo can speak, but I think the video is.
Okay, well, I want to give
also-
Mr. Shardlow some time to
Sure.
speak. We'll see where we are at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, honorable council members. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your staff report. Straight away, I just want to say that we're not trying to take any discretion away from the city. We would stipulate that the city has discretion, and in fact, I had several conversations with the city attorney's office about a path forward where the city does retain its discretion on moving forward. There's a lot of CEQA, legal mumbo jumbo about, what the documents say and what, at the end of the day, the city has a lot of options here on how to proceed. This project has gone for 2 decades. It's an amazing project. I think Mr. Goldcar is pretty excited about it. That's why he'd like to show you the video. Pretty cool specific plan. Not a lot of specific plans have all of these mixed arrays of land use components. Project had a development agreement. Everyone agreed to work together. It seemed like everyone had been working together. I'm not sure of what the fallout was. I'm not sure if there is a fallout, but it's not normal to have a project in front of a city and there not be a dialogue with staff and planners and we're not sure of the city's intentions, if they like the specific plan, if they want modifications. There was a suggestion of a modification that was made by the city attorney. We handedly agreed and said, yeah, no problem, we'll agree to that modification. Not a modification in terms of the project design, but just in terms of, making sure the city has all of the development fees that would be required by WRCOG. So we believe the project provides a great balance of land use and economic benefits to the city, and we're looking for an expeditious pathway to present this project for final pre-approval. We received an email on August 4th. That email said, there'll be 2 hearings, there'll be a rescinding of the approval. We'll bring your project back on October 5th. City gets to decide whether to move it forward. That wasn't necessarily ideal to us, but we were willing to go along with that process. Just Thursday, I received a call from the city's attorney office that staff was going to recommend that we start over, that a new land use application would need to be filed and processed, comments back and forth. We'd have to go back through the planning commission, and that would just set this project back, years. It would set back roads from being built. It would set back RENA housing growth being able to occur. And so what we're looking for is to have at least a shot at an open dialogue with the city to discuss this project. The EIR did have some deficiencies ran by the trial court. This was fixed. And there's a lot of discretion that the city can take here. There's a lot of options. One of those options would be moving this project back in front of you on October 5th for you guys to hear more about the merits of the project and whether to, approve the project from moving forward. This judgment has been in existence for over 12 years. Clearly, we can all wait 2 weeks for the city to make an educated decision after being presented with the merits of the project, and a whole host of what options the city can decide on how to move forward. So given that, we respectfully request a 2-week continuance to promote informed decision-making and input from all stakeholders. In the midst of a housing crisis and the city's well-paced position to take advantage of significant economic growth, everyone's eyes should be wide open to all of the available opportunities and options. And so we would appreciate and respectfully request a short continuance. Let us sit down with staff, let us bring back and at least present, various options on how to proceed as opposed to just taking the one action that's before you this evening. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I'll check one more time with Nicole. Do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, and Mr. Golkar, how long is the video that you want to show us?
The video is about 8 or 9 minutes, but we can view the first 3-4 minutes. It gives you the gist of it. If you don't have enough time to review the
Well, it sounds like it would be helpful for us to understand the project when we get to that point, but I think tonight we're not considering the project, we're considering our role regarding the court order and compliance with the court order. So I don't know that it's relevant, but if you want to start playing it, if it's just an advertisement, I'd really rather not spend the time on that.
It's a project understanding merely, and if you can allow us some time to look at it, I appreciate it. But if you think that we can bring this back in October 5th or whenever we come back, we can more than happy to do that.
But I'd like to get to our questions here, and then if after that we, as a consensus, council wants to see the video, then I think we should do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
So we'll go ahead and close the, we can still ask questions of Mr. Golkar and Mr. Chardlow if we close the public hearing, or do we keep the public hearing open?
You should keep it open.
Okay. Okay, great. So, anybody like to start? I can't see you over there, Mr.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Finn, I'm sorry, you're right there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This may be for staff. If we are going to consider LAFCO proceeding with an annexation process, Mr. Pardon, could you briefly explain what that process is, and then especially with regards to future property taxes that we would be collecting? I understand, as to my knowledge, that we may only see 25% of that with an agreement that's currently with the county. And then the last part of that question for that topic, which I'd like to reserve some time later for maybe some more questions, would be then, would that expected tax revenue be sufficient to cover the cost of city services to adequately serve this proposed neighborhood?
Yeah, so the annexation petition to LAFCO is actually a city petition. So the city council would have to agree to forward an annexation request to LAFCO for consideration. That would include pre-zoning of the property. The annexations that have occurred within the city up to this point have been under what has been referred to as a master annexation agreement that we've already opened a conversation with the county about needing to address. It provides for an allocation of only 25% of the local property taxes being held by the city, 75% going towards the county. In an initial review of that, we believe that that is not an appropriate fair share of how those taxes should be apportioned. So the annexation presentation to LAFCO would need to include a fiscal analysis that shows what the appropriate allocation should be for that appropriate cost sharing. So there would be a fiscal analysis that would need to be conducted to verify that. And that's consistent with the statute with regard to annexation processes, as well as with regard to the required analysis to establish what the appropriate financial share of those resources would be.
Okay, thank you. And then a little close to the microphone, sorry. If the council were to decertify the final environmental impact report with the comment that was made, if they need to start over, then how does this affect their specific site plan in comparison to the city's approved general plan? And so with that, I would actually like to see the video to see if that falls in line with if whatever action we take tonight is in conjunction with what their basic plans are, if we do need to meet back and redecide on that. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
so, sorry, was there?
So
was there a
I
question?
guess maybe it's just a comment. I'm not sure if it's quite a question. But Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would be in favor of seeing that video just for a general idea that if we are going to start this proceeding, that we have a general idea of what that project looks like.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Is it ready to run? Okay.
Can I just make a 1 minute
Sure,
comment? Just
sure.
really quick. You know, I think the question has come up, sorry, a question's come up with respect to relevancy. And I think if the EIR is decertified this evening, it slows down the project significantly. And so I think what we're trying to show is this is a great project. It fits in line, I think, with the city's vision. And before the city takes that leap to decertify the EIR, is there a better way to get this project moved forward faster? And so I think that's why it's relevant.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and view that then.
Turning onto Potrero Boulevard, we enter into Planning Area 1 with a variety of home choices. Community 1.1 is designated for 61 detached single-family lots with a minimum of 10,000 square feet per lot. Homes will average 3,000 square feet. Community 1.2 is made up of 79 lots with a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. Homes are expected to average up to 2,800 square feet and will include 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. A community-wide pedestrian trail is available along the southern edge of the community, adjacent to Potrero Boulevard. This community lies in the southern portion of Planning Area 1 and is made up of 64 lots of 7,000 square feet each. One of the significant natural features of Legacy Highlands is Cooper's Creek, a perennial blue line stream. Cooper's Creek is part of the wildlife corridors which run throughout the site. 5.9-acre active open space park is located adjacent to the southern edge of Cooper's Creek. Nearby, 136 planned unit development homes range from 900 to 1,250 square feet. Further south, you will find a 5-acre park and 202 planned unit development homes. These homes range from 1,000 to 1,250 square feet with 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. This 19-acre PUD is located in the northeasterly portion of Planning Area 1. Homes will range in size from 1,000 to 1,300 square feet with up to 3 bedrooms. A 6-acre public park is located in the southwestern portion of Planning Area 1. This park will include a ball field, soccer field, children's playground, basketball courts, and picnic area. This neighborhood is 8.9 acres and contains approximately 118 units of planned unit development homes. Planning areas 3, 4, and 5 make up the active adult communities of Legacy Highlands. This includes single-family homes, PUD homes, a park, a community recreational area, pedestrian trails, and preserved natural open spaces. Community 4.3 is 23 acres and contains 52 homes on 6,000 square foot lots, with homes ranging from 1,850 to 2,200 square feet. 2 significant open space ravines will be kept in their natural state, except for road access. Neighborhood 3.3 is made up of 116 homes, ranging from 1,850 to 2,200 square feet. This planned unit development is outside the active adult community and is bordered by a school site serving this and other communities. Centrally located within the active adult area of Legacy Highlands, you will find the Aquatic Center. A 4.4-acre open space land use contains the main active recreational facility serving the community. This center serves as the hub of planning areas 3, 4, and 5. Amenities anticipated for this recreational area include a facilities building, 2 pools, tennis courts, patio areas, and parking. The facility features many types of gathering places, from formal to informal. This center will also include an expansive exercise area with panoramic views and running track. Additional features include a spacious game and arts and crafts room with a dramatic view of the pool area. A private theater will provide hours of enjoyment to residents and their guests. Rounding out the facility is a first-class restaurant and lounge featuring intimate gathering areas. 205 single-family lots comprise Neighborhood 5.4 within its 73.7 acres, while Neighborhood 5.2 contains 33.8 acres with 197 lots. An equestrian character is intended for Neighborhood 6.2, which is separated from all previous neighborhoods. It is designated as a low-density residential area with a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. It is located to the east of the major part of the plan and is accessible via Potrero Parkway and a proposed equestrian trail. The Legacy Highlands Master Plan is designed to respect and conserve the natural features of the area and use them as separations between neighborhoods. More than 640 acres of habitat will be preserved in a natural state, with a wildlife corridor from the southern area to Cooper's Creek on the north. This is a part of the proposed Legacy Highlands area today. While it's not necessarily representative of the entire area, it seems to indicate a trend. That was today. Here's what it could look like tomorrow. The Legacy Highlands Master Plan will develop this area into an exciting and attractive addition to the city of Beaumont, where people and nature live side by side.
All right, thank you. Did you have more questions?
Maybe just a couple comments at this point, if I could.
Okay, sure.
I like the idea of the plan that shows multiple different sizes of homes and so forth. I've always thought in the past years that there's not enough smaller homes being built, and I think that can certainly help with our housing shortage. Many folks know this, but I'm going to state this. I had served on the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency for 5.5 years prior to coming to the City Council, and I have a major concern when it comes to the EIR and in reference to the ability to provide water for this particular project. Mr. Parton, does an EIR, does it address water demands for that neighborhood?
It does.
Okay. And so my experience with the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, which is a state water contractor that helps bring state water from Northern California to Southern California, is the agency has a 17,300 acre feet allocation, if I have that number exact. The reliability of that over the years has been about 60%, and unfortunately that is falling. Due to the current drought that we're in, we're at a 5% allocation this year. And I think in the 5 years that I've been there, there maybe have only been 1 year where that allocation was above that average. So I'm seeing things change quite a bit in terms of water, and that's just one reason for it. So to keep my comments short and based on the judgment from the Superior Court, I would be in favor of rescinding the EIR, but then also in favor of proceeding with LAFCO for the annexation of Legacy Highlands. But I would certainly want to see if we can renegotiate or do something with the county that we can see more revenue coming from future annexations to be able to properly support those neighborhoods. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, did you have comments, questions?
Just a quick comment for staff. The initiation of the annexation proceedings is not a final decision by council, correct? We still have a vote in the future for the annexation. This is just the initiation. Okay. That's the only question I have now. Give me a second.
Okay.
Maybe see
Mr. Santos?
Yeah, presentation is good. I mean, the video. And I don't have a comment, and I'm very straightforward person. And I will stick to the, judgment of the court on this. That's the way I see it. And that's all I could comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, and I don't have many comments myself. I appreciate your views and your interpretations of the matter. But you say the city has lots of options and discretions, but surely you wouldn't suggest that we not comply with an order. I'm not in the habit of a city deciding whether to comply or not to comply. When there's an order, it's just simply comply with the order. And I do believe that's what our residents expect. I believe they demand of their council to comply with the legal order. And in my opinion, there is no other decision in that. So that's my comment for now. Thank
Okay. I agree. The video is very impressive, and I think it is a project that, as designed, would be a big benefit to our city. I am a little concerned with the EIR being as old as it is. Todd, can you or maybe, I don't know, this might be Mr. Patterson, can you sort of explain to me the difference between the EIR that we're being asked to rescind versus the PREIR?
I think I can answer that question. So the, in 2008, a final EIR was approved, and then subsequently the trial court said that it had deficiencies, namely statement of overriding considerations was inadequate, the water analysis and the alternatives analysis were also inadequate, 3 areas. So the REIR that has been prepared is designed to remedy those 3 defects. So in other words, it contains a new statement of overriding considerations. It contains the analysis of the water supply issues and the project alternatives. So the REIR is essentially a fix to the FEIR, the original EIR that was found inadequate.
Okay, and so that original EIR was done in 2008 or before that?
It was approved in 2008, and so it would have been done in the period before 2008. They typically take some time to complete. I don't know exactly when it was started, but yes.
So I know some of the other issues that we've come across in other, we've had nothing like this before as far as a court order complying us. But when we brought up issues before regarding EIRs, my biggest concern is that they're done at a point in time, 12, 13 years ago in this case, where things have changed a lot. And, at that point, we had a gentleman here earlier that was talking about traffic and mitigations and infrastructure and things like that. And a lot has changed since 2008. So the PR, I'm sorry, I don't know why I said PR. I thought someone said PR. Okay, so the REIR.
PREIR.
Okay, so and that one addresses the if I understand it correctly, I haven't seen it really, but that one addresses the issues that were raised back in 2008. But there may be other issues that were not a problem back then. So that's my concern. I don't know if I can even speak to that at this point, if it makes sense, because again, I know what we're focused on tonight. But I did have just a couple questions, probably for Mr. Gokar, if you don't mind. Just some things that you said piqued my interest when you went through your presentation. At some point, I think you said you defended the lawsuit, or you were brought on to defend a lawsuit in 2008, or did I misunderstand that?
You misunderstood that.
Okay, it was something about someone was brought on to defend a lawsuit on behalf of the city in 2000.
Oh, Mr. Nolan.
Okay.
Mr. Nolan was the original attorney hired by the city to defend this the CEQA lawsuit.
Okay.
Which is Gresham Law Firm that John is representing.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
John is also part of the same law firm, except that Mr. Nolan is no longer employed by the Gresham Law Firm and he's retired. He's the guy who was hired by the city to defend the CEQA lawsuit that was filed against the city that represented both the city and the applicant. There are only 4 items in the entire EIR that were subject to a challenge, which was explained by Mr. Patterson. And those are the 4 items that are supposed to be addressed as part of PREIR. And the city was ordered, the city and applicant was given an option, A, to appeal what judge has ruled on, or correct the EIR and set aside the entitlements for the purpose of, for the duration, so that those four components of EIR can be addressed and brought back to the court.
So as I understand, in '08, we were asked, the court said that we could either do what we're being asked to do tonight, or there could be an appeal, and there was no appeal on either side? No
The appeal was not, the appeal was filed but not followed because it was more expensive and more time-consuming. Both the city and the applicant decided that we were better off to correct the deficiencies in EIR while the city is setting aside the entitlements. And then once those deficiencies are addressed, like we have already, then the city council can vote on the PREIR and bring back the entitlements, not
Okay.
to void it.
Okay, and then I don't know if it was you or Mr. Shardlow who raised the point that why are we doing what we need to do tonight when we already addressed that? I mean, I think the issue, the way I understand it, was that in 2017, you guys raised the issue again, and that was when we as a council decided to take action in rescinding the rescission of our original order, correct?
Yeah, we don't disagree with the action that you're supposed to take tonight. We're thinking that there may be other options rather than doing it by ordinance. And you know, the intentions of the court was not to rescind the entire entitlement or void it. It was to set it aside until the four items in EIR is addressed and bring it back. So that's
Okay.
what we are
I thought the
seeking.
order said that we were forced to, as a council back in, I'm getting all this mixed up,
Yeah,
08,
2000, yeah.
we were told then that we had to vacate or rescind the entitlements, correct?
Yeah, you can rescind the entitlements again.
I didn't know it was a can. I thought we had to.
You had to do that, and
Okay.
we're not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
We're saying that by the court order, you're setting aside the entitlements for the purpose of addressing those four deficiencies in the EIR, which is a
Okay.
PREIR. And those deficiencies had already been addressed. So that was ready to go before you to vote on in March, and you're still going to do that probably in October 5th, according to the timelines. So we're not disagreeing with the process.
Okay.
We're saying that the project stays the way it is, addressing the deficiencies and bring it back for reconsideration and reapproval in October 5th, and not start a new application all over again.
I got you.
That was what we were
Okay,
trying to
and
address.
Mr. Shardlow, just real quick.
Yeah, just really quick. So no one is saying, let's not comply with the writ. The question is how to comply with the writ. So normally, you don't have a bankruptcy. You have a judgment. In this case, it was against the city and the real party. And the direction was to fix those three deficiencies, right? So the normal case without a bankruptcy is you file a motion with the court, which is called a return to writ, to explain how you're going to address these deficiencies. In fact, on August 4th, 2009, the city council had a meeting and actually directed a consultant to prepare a revised water supply assessment in order to fix the EIR. So the council in 2009, that direction was, let's fix the EIR. And so that was the path that all the parties were moving on. Now, just in the last year, we're not understanding the direction
Got
of the
it.
city. And so that's why, for example, you made a statement about, hey, you're asking us to not comply with the writ. That writ's been around for, I'm really bad at math, 12 years. There's a lot of options. We could go back to the Superior Court and seek a modification of that judgment.
Right, but my
We could-
understanding is that in '09-ish, we complied with the writ, and then in 2017, you guys raised the issue, and we had to unrescind the entitlements. Is that not correct?
That is correct. So
Okay.
I believe you guys took action to rescind the approvals in 2009. In 2017, I wasn't involved, but there was an allegation made that that action violated the bankruptcy say. So when you file a bankruptcy, no one can
Right,
really do
but
anything.
we've gone back to the court and said that at this point, we are in position to be able to comply
Correct.
with the order.
Correct. You guys took a proactive step to remove the automatic stay.
Got it.
We were asking for that automatic stay.
No, I understand. And you made a comment about no open communication. First of all, I think this is, from what I've seen and heard, I think it's a good project on its surface. And I think you have both exhibited the position that you're willing to make accommodations and have further discussion on this. But in the long run, I agree with Mr. Martinez and Mr. Santos is I don't want on my resume that I failed to comply with a court order at some point in the future. So I'm also, I think I'm going to be of the same mindset as my two colleagues are.
Got it. So understanding that vote, we just kind of want to understand the next path. So about a week ago, we received information that the next path would be returning on October 5th for this council to.
Yeah, and I don't know what that next path is going to be, but I think once we get this out of the way, that we can open that communication up again.
Got it. Yeah, we
can
certainly
start
want
moving
to
forward.
talk to everybody openly to see what we can do.
Yeah, I think
and-
we just want to get past this stopping point where we're not allowed to have too much because, the legal ramifications of us saying or doing something that's inappropriate is not something we want to.
We're not certainly not asking you to do anything
Understand.
appropriate, but we understand your position.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions, comments? I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:26. And I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we waive the full first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, decertifying the final environmental impact report, rescinding adoption of finding statement of overriding considerations, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, specific plan number 07-02, pre-zoning ordinances number 924, development agreement ordinance number 925, and request for the local agency formation commission to initiate annexation proceedings as to the Legacy Highlands specific plan, site plan, land division, annexation, pre-zoning, and zoning.
And can we have a roll call, please?
I'm sorry, I thought that was the motion. Was Mr. Fenn the second?
I second.
Mr. Martinez was the second.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Roll call, Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 8, and we'll bring our mayor back. And I'll adjourn this meeting at, it's all yours.
All right, sir. That brings us to public hearing item 8. Hold a public hearing regarding California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, initial study mitigated negative declaration review for the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project between First Street and Sixth Street. I have a staff report by Ms. Carol Kendrick.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Carol Kendrick, planning staff, bringing back this item, which is the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project that was continued from your July 20th meeting. That continuance was to allow the 30-day comment period to conclude. The draft document was submitted to the State Clearinghouse in July for its 30-day comment period for agencies. And it concluded on Monday, August 9th. Staff received one comment from RailPAC, which is the Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada. We received that on August 9th. The letter did request that the city coordinates its efforts with RCTC and the Coachella Valley Rail Project for accommodations of improvements for a third track at the crossing. Happy to do a full presentation if you'd like. But at this time, staff recommends that the council holds the continued public hearing, adopt a mitigated negative declaration and monitoring reporting program for the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project, and direct staff to prepare a notice of determination to be filed with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have the Public Works Director, Jeff Hart, available to answer any questions related to the project. And we have Stephanie Oslick with Moffitt and Nickel to answer any questions regarding the draft initial study and mitigated negative debt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kendrick. I will go ahead and open the continued public hearing at 7:30. Nicole, do we have any comments regarding this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And do we have anyone in council chambers?
No, no one in council chambers.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, I will close the public hearing at 7:31 and open it up for council discussion. Or a motion.
Motion.
Oh,
I was just looking for it. I move to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation and monitor reporting program for the Pennsylvania Avenue widening project, and direct staff to prepare a notification of notice of determination to be filed with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. So that motion carries, and that brings us to public hearing item number 9, a public hearing and consideration of an ordinance amending municipal code, adding chapter 17.20, no net loss program to ensure residential capacity pursuant to the provisions of SB 330. Staff report by Ms. Christina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening for your consideration and discussion is consideration of an ordinance amending the municipal code to add a no net loss program. On October 9th, 2019, the legislature of the state of California adopted Senate Bill 330, which intended to not only declare a housing crisis in the state of California, but streamline construction of new housing, and also aimed at preventing the loss of existing available for future residential use. In compliance with SB 330, staff has prepared this amendment to the municipal code to add a program. This program, which would be in chapter 17.20, would ensure that rezoning actions do not result in net loss of residential capacity. The program creates a mechanism where the city can improve a less intensive use or a non-residential use and still make that residential capacity for the property that would otherwise be lost through a zone change, can make it available through this density bonus program. The city planning department will track the number of units that are available and publish this on the city's website for transparency purposes. Staff has identified several areas, several zoning areas in town where the density bonus additional units could handle the capacity. So that would be in the traditional neighborhood zone, the residential multifamily zone, downtown multifamily zone, 6th Street mixed use residential zone, and the transit oriented development zone. In the residential traditional neighborhood zone, because that is intended to be a slightly less intensive use than a true multifamily use, but does still allow for condos and townhouses and such, staff has determined that a bonus of up to 10% of units could be requested. And then in the other zones, which are true multifamily zones, staff is recommending that a bonus of up to 20% of units could be requested. In If no units are available, if we haven't done any zone changes and added any units in the bank, then of course there would be no units available for a project to request. Applications considered through the No Net Loss program would first be presented at Planning Commission for a recommendation to the City Council, where you as the council would have final consideration and action on any project that would be seeking to utilize this proposed program. The municipal code would establish, this municipal code amendment would establish density bonus provisions to provide that concurrent with the approval of any change of zone from residential to something non-residential or less intensive, the density bonus units would become available to property owners or developers seeking to develop residential properties. So in doing so, that allows the city to ensure that there would not be a net loss of any residential units, and we would be able to comply with SB 330. So at this time, staff is recommending that council hold a public hearing and waive the first full reading and adopt by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the municipal code to add chapter 17.20, establishing a no net loss program for residential capacity pursuant to the provisions of SB 330. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time and entertain any discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. So with that, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:36. Nicole, do we have anybody wishing to speak on this matter?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
And we have no one in chambers? Right, good. All right, so with that, I will close the public hearing at 7:36 and open it up to council for discussion or a motion. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, Ms. Taylor, is this a standard program that other cities have implemented, or is this something that we're adopting?
So this is relatively new. The only other city that has adopted anything similar to this is the city of Moreno Valley. Most of the cities that we work with and even the consultants that we work with, when we talk about no net loss, cities have not established any programs, and it's been sort of a something that cities are grappling with as they take one-off zone changes and things like that to try and find a way to accommodate residential units that are being lost. So we saw what the city of Moreno Valley did, and I was able to talk with some of the people at Moreno Valley who helped put this program together and get some more information from them. And then, of course, working with our own internal staff and legal counsel to create something that we believe would work for the city.
Okay, so it could be a pilot program for either more cities in the state, I take it. So I love the idea. I think it really gives the city the flexibility that it needs. It gives us a little bit more control than we had under the bill. And but yet it still complies, and I think that's the good balance that's needed here. My concern is challenges. So is it normal to, we go ahead and we establish it by ordinance, we have the resolution, set it up, implement it, and then wait and see if there's going to be any pushback from the state? Or,
Yeah.
I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, at this point, that would be the protocol. The city of Moreno Valley has not received any pushback from the state, nor has there been any challenges to their program. That was definitely one of the first things I asked. So again, I think it shows the cities, and I think the state should look upon this favorably as the city is intending to comply and make sure that we retain those units as opposed to not. So.
And that's the part that I like, that gives us the flexibility. I'm just concerned about what they could say, but it's not enough for me to say no. I definitely think we need to go ahead with it and push forward and see, and and go from there. But I think if the state really looks at it, I think they should recognize that it is a nice blend. They still get what they're looking for. We do it the way that the city can do it in its best interest while still complying with their desires to meet SB 330. So Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem White?
So, Ms. Taylor, just so I understand the nuts and bolts and boiled down to common people conversation, if a future council decision results in a rezoning that would reduce our planned residential units or would allow for, reduce the density, in other words, I think you said less dense, then that is sort of we bank that percentage of home or percentage of residentials, and then we use that as a bonus. Explain how the bonus works in relationship to who receives the bonus and how that is applied, please.
Sure. So yes, you're correct. If someone came in and say there was a property that was zoned for 100, any type of residential unit, so market rate or low income, doesn't have to be one or the other, and they wanted to change it to retail, commercial, or something else. So those, if council chose to proceed with the zone change, those units would then move into the bank, the unit bank. So we would have 100 units that we've retained. Now, if someone different, developer wanted to come and develop a property in the multifamily residential zone, and say they were proposing 10 apartments on a property, those 100 units in the bank would be eligible for use as a density bonus for that project. Now, in the multifamily zone, they can have a 20% bonus on their unit. So if they're proposing 10 units, 20% would mean they could pull 2 additional units from the bank and add those 2 units so they could build 12 instead of 10. And this achieves 2 purposes. One, it helps us, with our RENA numbers, or with, providing housing and showing progress to all of our different levels of housing that we're required to meet, but also captures units that would have otherwise been lost if the zone was changed and the units had not gone into the bank.
So in your scenario, would the developer who's building the 10 multifamily and gets the bonus for 2 extra, the bonus is just that they're allowed to add a couple additional units that they would not have been able to build before? Is that correct?
That's correct. It acts as an incentive to allow them to add either 10% or 20%, depending on the zone that they're in, to help incentivize, essentially give them a couple extra units, which maybe it helps the project pencil better, in addition to, again, helping the city not lose units that would otherwise have been lost.
And if I understand in your presentation, that bonus would be applied based on a council approval?
Yes, sir.
Case by
Any
case?
project that would come through would go to Planning Commission for recommendation, and council would have the ultimate determination.
And would council have approval on both the first project and the second project as far as banking and then using the bonus?
Yes, so if there's a zone change, that is a council action. So yes, that would come to council as well.
Okay, thank you for clarification. I appreciate it.
Ms. Taylor, thank you so much for bringing this to council. I liked your foresight on this item. And I like the flexibility that you built into this, so can appreciate that very much. And those are my comments on that. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. And just a side comment on this. I mean, Christina, this is good, especially on the banking of bonuses. And you specified in here, no units are available on the density bonus pursuant to this provision and may not be requested. So it means that if there's no units available for that, this will not apply. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's well written. I mean, that's good. So make a motion to waive the first reading, full reading, and adopt the title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, amending the municipal code to add Chapter 17.20, establishing a no net loss program for residential capacity pursuant to the provisions of SB 330.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to item 10, hold a public hearing for the termination of a moratorium prohibiting public storage facilities, moving storage establishments, automobile parking facilities, including recreational vehicles, truck stops and terminals, and building storage yards. Staff report by Ms. Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will keep this brief as we have all become intimately familiar with the moving and storage establishments and other associated uses as we've gone through the process back from 2019 up until present day. So we have been through a series of urgency ordinances into a moratorium specific to the uses that Mayor cited in the introduction of this item. Staff has and council approved back over the last few months an amendment to the zoning code to clean up some language to speak to these uses specifically, to add a section in the municipal code dealing with development standards for these types of facilities. And so that brings us to our final action in closing out this moratorium, which is to hold the public hearing and then take action tonight to actually terminate the moratorium. So with that, staff is requesting that the City Council hold a public hearing and waive the first full reading and adopt by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont terminating urgency ordinance 1111, imposing a temporary moratorium, prohibiting public storage facilities, moving and storage establishments, automobile parking facilities, including recreational vehicles, truck stops and terminals, and building storage yards pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 as extended by urgency ordinance 1114. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. With that, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:47. Nicole, do we have any comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing at 7:47 and open it up for council discussion or a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to the recommended action that Ms. Taylor just read.
I will second. Would you like to read that voice?
You want me to read it for you?
That's okay.
No, you're good.
Got the gist.
Okay.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to our action items. Action item 11, discuss and direction to city, probably discuss and provide direction to city staff on zoning standards for tire sales and tire repair establishments. Staff report by Christina Taylor.
I think I'm almost done for the night, you guys, I promise.
Let's hope.
So this item is related to the other moratorium that the city currently has in place. And we have not talked about this one in a while, so I'll give a little bit of background. Back on March 3rd, 2020, council adopted an interim urgency ordinance for a temporary moratorium on tire sales and tire repair establishments. On April 7th, 2020, we adopted the 10-month, 15-day extension to the interim urgency ordinance. And then on February 16th of this year, council approved the final extension of ordinance 1121 for the temporary moratorium on tire sales and tire establishments. The purpose of this temporary moratorium, much like the one with storage facilities, was in part to allow the general plan update to be completed, but also to assess the critical issues associated with tire sales and tire repair businesses. The general plan update took effect in January 2021. The downtown area plan was also completed. And as part of that, we adopted some generalized design guidelines for the downtown area. So automobile repair businesses are permitted in the downtown, as well as retail sales with accessory uses that deal with automotive tires, automotive repair, and various things like that. The Beaumont Municipal Code does not specifically speak to tire sales, new or used, or as tire repair, but historically they have been considered under the automobile repair or retail sales categories. So throughout this process, staff has been working with city departments to assess the most critical issues and determine how we should best address them. The primary issue is the storage of tires. And this issue, as you can see with the pictures that are attached to the staff report, primarily occurs in the downtown area where we have small parcels with small buildings that don't have room to accommodate tire storage properly, either within the structure or outside elsewhere on the property. The municipal code, chapter 17, zoning, as well as chapter 8.32, regulates outdoor displays of storage and merchandise. And we tend to have vector issues when we have tires stored outside, especially during the winter when there's rain or we get sitting water, anything like that. There's also some nuisance issues related to danger when we talk about people being able to access items that are stored outside or things that are left unguarded, unfenced, et cetera, which I think the pictures, again, tell a pretty good story of the issues that we're dealing with, in particular in the downtown area. So rather than having a reactive approach in addressing this issue, which is what we've had to do up until this point, staff wanted to propose some items for discussion and get some council direction in regards to adding in some general development standards into the code. In the bullet points in here, talk about, first of all, adding these particular uses into the municipal code so it's clear what the uses are and where they are permitted. And then as it relates to outdoor display and or storage, this for tire repair and tire sales, these items must be reviewed and approved through a plot plan process. If it's an existing structure, it could be the administrative plot plan, or if it's for a new business or an addition or modification to something existing, then could be through the full plot plan and planning commission approval. The fire department, which I worked closely with our very outstanding fire safety specialist, Kylie Talema, and the fire department has some very specific requirements related to storage of tires, both indoor and outdoor. So I have a long list from her, which I did not include in the staff report, but fire department review and approval and compliance with the conditions would be a requirement in order for any tire storage to occur. And then some other things that we've seen that staff has discussed with other issues, such as, screening, outdoor storage, and then establishing a limit on the maximum area that storage could take place. And then talking about the type of structures that could be utilized for storage if it's an accessory structure to an existing building. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions or any discussion that council has. And if council would direct staff to bring this item for code amendment, we would conduct outreach with businesses in the downtown area to work with them on reducing some of the safety and nuisance issues that we deal with the code enforcement and with fire. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. We have any public comments on this item, Ms. Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Thank you. Open it up for council comments. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So just a couple of concerns I have. So again, kind of like my position with the the other moratorium we have. It's not my intention to stifle the economy or, not to promote any type of business, but I do want to remind council that I do believe that we have the right as council to plot a vision for our city, and I think it's our duty to do that. What my concern comes up is my vision of a downtown or such that we have, eateries and cafes and stuff, and I'm concerned about the environmental impacts from establishments such as this, like oil spills, carbon monoxide gas, and noise pollution that we get from them. So, we have a nice cafe, we have nice retails, and then we have an establishment that's creating excessive noise, and the cars are letting out their gases, and you're getting the gas smell as you're eating or drinking your coffee and stuff, and that's one of my major concerns. So, I don't know how quite to address that. I don't know if there's a way to put into the code, noise parameters and those type of gas, noxious gas release from the vehicles and so forth. I don't know if there's, within certain feet, put them in certain parts of the section to kind of, keep it so it's not in the middle of something that, would be damaging for health and so forth. So that's just kind of my comment on that. We need them, of course, with our population increasing. I mean, we need places like this, so I have no problem with that. I just want that vision to make sure that we're putting them in the appropriate places so that everything can thrive. And, so that's my concern. And so, Christina, when we're developing this ordinance and stuff, I'm not sure, how we can kind of weave that in there and what parts of that would be appropriate or not. But it does have more of an impact from my point of view with the environment, more of the noise and the fumes and stuff like that. So that's
agreed. I believe council has captured and provided a vision of the downtown with the downtown area plan, and staff will take that into consideration when we bring back at council's direction items to include in the municipal code. I do concur that some of the existing businesses are not properly located relative to now what the vision for downtown shows. I do think there are a number of places in town that would still be appropriate for these businesses to locate. So we will give consideration to that and bring back as best we can the location of all the existing businesses that we have cited, and then recommendations for where, and by cited, I mean where all the businesses are located currently, and then recommendations as to where we think they would best be suited within current zoning parameters.
And can you include in there what our ability to put parameters of noise and that kind of stuff would be? I'm not sure what our ability as a city to monitor that or how would we monitor that, but
yeah,
just research.
We have a noise ordinance, and I'll recap and add some information in there to provide you some context for what that would look like.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Good points. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you. Do we have any current requests for any new tire businesses right now of them requesting information from the city or any proposed projects or anything of that nature?
So we've had a couple inquiries, but they are part of larger centers that are still undergoing development review. So no real active requests. We have communicated with a couple land developers that understand what's happening with the city, but time-wise, I think we are still moving ahead of them at this point. And so I would say overall, no, there's nothing really pending at this time.
Okay. And is there some flexibility for the shop owner to quote unquote get a little messy during business hours? And I mean that, like, sometimes there's stuff strewn about and so forth, or there's a display that's out. But in looking at the picture with the classic car with the Impala in there, that's certainly unacceptable with all those tires, stacked up against the side of the building. You know, I just want to make sure that there's some kind of common, common sense approach to it, that if it's tire storage, that they at least be undercover somehow. I know that used tires, they just leave them out in the elements at times, and I know that they pile up until, the trucks come by and then they sell them off to recycling plants and so forth. But I think of the 4th of July fireworks that we have and all the stuff that's going on. You hit a pile of tires and ignite that, that's going to be burning, quite severely. So just a common sense approach to give a business owner a little flexibility while they're working, so it's not so strict, but that it not be so unsightly that it causes, one, an undesirability to our downtown plan, and then the other factor of being, a safety issue. So I've seen a lot of different establishments where they have like a tire display for stuff on sale, and that's nicely organized and looks good. Other ones where these little more of a mom and pop shop where, at the end of the day, the tires that they change kind of piles up for the day or even for a couple of days, and then they try to clean up, later on. But that they have a temporary place that's approved and looks orderly until they can clear things out, because I know those trucks wouldn't show up on a daily basis for either for deliveries or for removal. So just a common sense approach, I'd like to see that. So it seems fair, that we're not bashing the existing businesses that are there, but certainly setting a standard for anything new coming in that, hey, we want this done and done properly. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos?
Christina, just a quick, comment on this. I mean, I don't know the other ordinances, but most of the cities, surround us, especially down in Redlands, what they do is there's annual inspections and do the, including the fire hazard and everything. Do we do that?
So we don't have a program right now. That is something that our fire safety specialist has mentioned, and we've had some preliminary discussions on, but we have not created a program yet. That is something that would have to go through city manager's office and ultimately to council, I believe, to make that determination if that was something that we wanted to do. But it's potentially could be handled through something like the business license renewal process or something like that. So if council's direction is to look into establishing something like that, staff's happy to do that.
That would be nice, because that will be additional revenue for the city. I mean, I'm not saying that, we're looking for revenue, but that will be a good safety for everybody in the area, especially using their services. And a small thing like, fire extinguishers and everything, and any safety they have on their area. Now, talking about the, tire services, that would be nice if they, we mandate, or I should not say mandate, I mean, their parking space. I mean, we should have also in our ordinances that, how many cars they could park on their, on their area. Because sometimes, it's overloaded on some of the shops in there. And plus their tires and some workers in there. So that would be nice to probably in the future to have that, safety and nuisance ordinance that we could develop, and then, do an annual inspections for that. And I hate to say that because I'll be part of the, because we own businesses. So you'll be on my door and asking for that. I mean, but I think it's good for the, for the city of Beaumont to have that. And then giving them before they issue the permit, that would be a nice safety and permit also on their, on the wall. So that would be nice, Christina. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Christina, some of these tire sales lots that I've seen appear to be too small for that type of a business. I know that they're probably permitted and legal, but is there a way that we can flag those so that if that business does close and moves out, that we won't approve another tire sales office to go back in there unless it meets certain criteria as far as size goes?
So that's something we can look at when we bring back items to council. And there's two ways to address this. And I'll see if I can come up with any more ways, but two off the top of my head I can think of. One would be establishing a minimum lot size criteria for uses like this to take place. Two would be looking at zoning locations where we know the lot sizes are larger. And not like in our downtown area, say between like California and Penn, where we know the lots on the whole are generally much smaller. So we can look at those two things, and then if there's any additional criteria we can come up with to address that, I'll bring it back for council to discuss.
I think that's great. I like the lot size idea too, because I think that would be consistent with the concerns that Councilmember Martinez has as well. Also, looking at your second bullet point, I really appreciate the fact that you're looking at, for existing businesses, doing an administrative plot plan for existing businesses just to help them through the process and get it through quickly. I would like to make sure that we do identify legal businesses, those that have been permitted by the city, would be able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, we have a list of all the active business licenses for uses that fit into this category.
Okay, and also make sure that they are permitted as well.
Yes, sir.
And then, again, I like the idea of the outdoor screening requirement. I wouldn't want the screening to eliminate any additional or any parking places if the business is already struggling to maintain sufficient parking on their property, so that we don't end up with cars out in the street. But I do think that screening the tires is a good idea. I also think we may want to look at mandating that those screened areas are also covered, so we don't get the runoff when it rains off the tires and with our water quality management program. So it's consistent with that. Those are the comments that I have. Do we have any other comments from council or a motion?
I think it's just for discussion and direction.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Do you have enough information, Ms. Christina?
I do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that brings us to action item 12. Let's see, authorize an amendment for school resource officer services between the city of Beaumont and Beaumont Unified School District to add an additional school resource officer position. Staff report by Chief Talise.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So before you is a staff report to approve our first amendment to our existing school resource officer program between the Beaumont Unified School District and the city of Beaumont. And so for some time now, the police department and the school district have partnered on a school resource officer program. This program is to assist the school district in safety on their campuses, immediate response, truancy issues, other things that may establishing relationships with the students to thwart any sort of bullying or active shooter thoughts or manifestos, things that we cover the whole spectrum. And we've been covering it with one school resource officer for the high school and Glenview High School and our 21st Learning Century, including our 2 middle schools. And so as the school district has acquired a grant for funding, we want to enhance that partnership and separate out those schools by adding in a second school resource officer. And so the first one would continue with Beaumont High School and Glenview High School and the 21st Learning Institute. And the second school resource officer would cover Mountain View Middle School and the San Corneo Middle School. And so this would be the remaining 2 years on the existing agreement. To do this, we would need to hire one additional police officer to backfill patrol. As you know, the school district pays an 80-20 split with the city of Beaumont. So we figure about 80% of the school resource officer's time is spent on campus during the summer months, school months. While there is summer school, the time on the campus is diminished, and so we use them for ex-patrol and other things. And so we felt that shared cost was reasonable. That cost, again, we'd have to, so what the school district gets is they get a very well-trained, experienced police officer, and then we backfill with a new hire, and then we train them up. But again, we find the system works for them, and it works for us, and it's fair. And so the cost for this particular officer at that cost share agreement would be $161,200 per year, in addition to the cost of the vehicle, which is $665 a month. We bill the school district in 9 equal payments. The reason instead of 12 is because sometimes they have summer hours or less business hours during the summer months, and so it was easier to coordinate their finance team with our city finance team during that period. With that, we would ask that you authorize an amendment to this current SRO agreement, approve of us assigning a second school resource officer, and then adding 1 additional full-time police officer to our position count. With that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line, Nicole.
Right, then I'll open it up for council comments or motion.
I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Finn.
With one officer covering a couple of different schools, are they different, like lunch times and so forth? I know as the kids congregate, that tends to be when there's more issues. Are they adequately able to support that with 2 going on at once?
Right, so it's certainly, with the 2 middle schools for the 1 SRO is ideal. The Beaumont High School, along with Glenview and the 21st Learning Institute is, it's doable for now. Of course, as the high school continues to grow and they have future plans to add perhaps up to 5,000 or more students, then that would cease to be adequate. But for the 2 years remaining, their growth won't surpass the capacity of the SRO.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And one other addition, Councilmember Finn, is we're splitting their schedule in a way where the SROs will work the 4/10s, but one will have a Monday off where the other one has a Friday off. So there'll always be at least 1 school resource officer on. If calls come up that surpass that capacity, then patrol officers will respond to the schools. The schools are still our responsibility, so this partnership is really a plus.
Okay, very good. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chief, I'm assuming that after the 2 years, if for some reason the district decided they didn't want a second resource officer, that position would be fully absorbed back in the department, and you would anticipate that within your budget?
I do anticipate for 2 reasons, Councilmember Martinez. One is, of course, we anticipate population growth and growth within the police department. But if things had stayed flat, I've articulated out attrition within my ranks to cover that position and absorb it into our current general fund.
Perfect. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we authorize an amendment to the agreement by and between the Beaumont Unified School District in an amount not to exceed $322,400 and for the Beaumont Police Department to provide 1 additional trained officer on a full-time basis as a second school resource officer and approve the budget adjustment for fiscal year 2022, adding 1 additional full-time employee to the Beaumont Police Department.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, you have roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Thank you.
That brings us to action item 13, approval of a 3-year agreement between the City of Beaumont and Riverside County for an emergency service coordinator with the County of Riverside Emergency Management Department and a cost sharing agreement between the City of Beaumont and Beaumont Unified School District.
Thank you, Mayor and
Staff
Council.
report, Mr. Chief.
And since 2015, the city's last remaining employee that was assigned to the Office of Emergency Services had retired. The police department absorbed this function as it most closely fell under the umbrella of public safety. While it isn't exactly what the police departments do, because our mission is very diverse during natural disasters, we consider civil disobedience, evacuations, infrastructure protection, and then we, of course, we have our routine 911s and calls for service. You could see where our capacity would get stretched. And so What we have is a unique opportunity to partner with the County of Riverside for their Emergency Management Department. This department was created coincidentally in 2015 as well, in which the Riverside County Fire separated out their emergency planning services and the county created EMD. And so we've been assigning the police sworn staff to partner with them, and it's worked. But as you know, our threats are growing, our population is becoming more dense, and we would prefer to be most prepared and then focus mostly on what our primary essential tasks are and leave the planning and the preparedness to the professionals. Your police department will still be carrying out the bulk of this, but it allows us to be singularly focused on what that particular mission may be. Of course, if it's a fire, then that command structure will remain with CAL FIRE and Riverside County Fire. But when we analyzed the costs and the opportunity to partner with the County of Riverside with EMD, we felt it was best to find a suitable partner with us because we have absorbed some of these functions. We just need some expertise, which EMD offers to work with city staff. And so we reached out to the Beaumont Unified School District, and they were also in need of 0.5 full-time personnel. We approached the county. It was a really good deal. I mean, everybody seemed really excited about it. The Beaumont Unified School District approved this agreement on their August 10th school board meeting. And so we bring it before you for a 3-year agreement. The police department will oversee the contract with the County of Riverside, and then we'll bill out the Beaumont Unified School District for their half. So it's going to look like we're carrying the $480,000, but then we bill for the $240,000 back to the school district on the same payment schedule that we are with the county. With this, the emergency services coordinator is equipped with all their own equipment, their vehicle, their computers. We will provide a workstation along with our staff. The school district's also providing a workstation with their staff, and we're going to split. While we're not married to the concept, but for ease of the emergency services coordinator to get to know the staff that they'll work with here and then at the school district, they'll be assigned to us for 1 week and then the next week to the school district. However, I say we're not married to that because our circumstances will dictate where the needs are. But as I explained to the school district, and the county knows, our natural disasters are the school districts and vice versa. There won't be something that's happening there we won't respond to, and there's not much that happens to us that we don't use their facilities, or even called upon them with their trucks and trailers for their maintenance folks. And so we really have a very symbiotic relationship with the school district. With that, I also have with us Mr. Eric Caden from the Emergency Management Department, and if approved, our assigned Emergency Services Coordinator, Adrian Cardenas, is here. But with that, I'll open up to questions to council. And sorry, one last thing. Our recommendation and our request is that you authorize staff to enter into a 3-year agreement with the County of Riverside for an Emergency Services Coordinator for a total expense of $480,000. And then authorize staff to enter into a sub-agreement with the Beaumont Unified School District to share services and costs of an Emergency Services Coordinator at $80,000 annually for 3 years for a total revenue of $240,000. And with that, I can answer questions.
Thank you, Chief. Nicole, do we have any comments on this, public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, I'll open that up to council for questions. Councilmember Finn?
I think I have one, but not at the moment. If
Okay.
Mr. Martinez wants to go first.
I'm not coming back to you, buddy.
All right, well, then I'll give it a shot.
That's all right. I'm teasing.
So I know in times of emergency, there's never enough manpower, to take care of something. I also understand there's planning efforts that need to go into it as well. If I understood you correctly, the school district needs kind of a half, like a part-time person, and then the police department could utilize the other part-time to make a full-time position out of it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then what would you see after things are kind of generally planned out and going well? What would be maybe just an average weekly task, or what this person would be engaged in on a regular basis, non-emergency timeframe?
Absolutely. So the city of Beaumont has a very large pending project, and then the year after, the school district has a very large pending project, and that's our local mitigation hazard plans. Very time consuming. I know I did a bulk of our last one. It's certainly not the work that police chief and police admin should be focusing on. But in that, we have a lot of planning that we need to do with tabletop exercises with our city staff. So as you know, every city employee is an emergency worker when a disaster strikes. But how often do we have those? And so there's a lot of planning, a lot of teaching swift water, a lot of city employees as we're growing. So there is a lot of planning. And then as we see it, we need to get back into CERT training. We need to be training our residents on their emergency preparedness. So our most robust active CERT team in the city is in the Four Seasons. But there's a whole another part of the city we're not reaching. And we used to do those projects. But, you know, as priorities and things hit within the police department, we had to push some things off to the side, right? So we need to get those back. I couldn't tell you day to day what the school district may use them for, but for the police department, we have plans for, and when I say the police department, but it's for the city. My commitment to the city managers, I would coordinate our efforts for them as public safety. But there's honestly years of work to be done.
Okay, and then they would be making sure then current officers have certifications that are met and that sort of stuff, or does that assist you in your duties?
Right, so it wouldn't be so much our certifications, but to make sure that we have adequate water supply, rations, plans. It's finances roles in an emergency, what city crew or our city workers, what is IT's responsibilities. There's many components when you set up the incident command system, the ICS, and all the branches. And then they'll coordinate that for us too. There is a tremendous amount of work that needs to get handled.
Okay, and I appreciate your comments and just the fact of bringing up Four Seasons has just kind of opened up my vision of what needs are out there and so forth, with being a lot of retirement communities and so forth. So
there are.
That certainly helps clear that up for me a bit. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a quick comment. So, when I asked council a while back to come up with a future agenda item to bring back our plan for an EMD, I surely had no idea at that time this would move so quickly, let alone with the coordinators. So I just want to thank Chief and City Manager for moving quickly on this, and I think this shared cost is a great idea to start. But I do want to compliment on the swiftness as this took. It's such a needed position, and I've been looking forward for that department to get going. So thank you for that, and thank you for all that were behind that. So.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, Chief, thanks so much. I really appreciate the fact that you're partnering with the school district. I think anytime that we can partner with any other agency or government agency, I think it's a good deal. If there are no other questions, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'll make a motion to authorize city manager to enter into an agreement for emergency services coordinator between the County of Riverside and the City of Beaumont, and authorize the mayor to enter into an agreement for a shared emergency services coordinator between the City of Beaumont and the Beaumont Unified School District.
I'll second.
Yeah, roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to action item 14, acceptance of grant funds for purchase of phase 1 of Motorola handheld radios to be utilized by the Beaumont Police Department. Staff report by the Chief of Police, Mr. Talese.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I bring before you a purchase approval along with seeking your approval on a resolution to accept the grant money. And so this is going to be the second part of what we talked about with our Sheriff's Department a meeting ago with the PSAC. This is a little bit separate because regardless of if we had chosen to stay with Erica or PSAC, our radios are end of life. And so currently the portable radio I have right now is about 13 to 14 years old, and it is no longer serviceable, no longer parts available. The technology, it's almost like having an iPhone 2, 3, whatever the number would be. It's just, it goes so quick. And so the police department conducted an audit, an assessment of where we think our immediate growth is, and probably midterm growth. We're going to need to purchase approximately 90 portable handheld radios, and then about 63 mobile radios. So mobile and portable, it's like the terminology is so similar, but the mobile goes into the vehicles, the motorcycles, the mobile command post, and then our portables go on the hips. And so we figured we need about 90. As you know, we have a robust volunteer program. They're out there patrolling. They need the handheld radios as well. And so every officer's assigned handhelds and our task force officers. But knowing that we were going to approach this day, we've been actively seeking grant money. There is grant money available when you have regional communication projects. Of course, both Erica and PSEC would have qualified. So the police department sought a grant. We were very fortunate in receiving $249,000 in assistance to purchase radios. This money could only be used for radios, as that's what the grant qualifier was for. And what we're asking for is to accept the resolution so we can accept the grant. And then we need to make the purchase before November of 2021. Not all of them, just the 28 that I need tonight. And so the 28 immediately can be programmed. We'll get those to our task force officers, some of our people in the field, and then we'll come back at a later council meeting and seek approval for a lease to lease the other, so we can just outfit the entire public safety department. And then I'll get into questions. If you have technical questions about the radio, I'm more than happy to answer them, but I'll get right into the fiscal impact. And so the grant of $249,000 only covers 27 and partial of a 28th radio. So I'm asking that the remaining $3,984.98 be paid from the department's general fund so we can get the whole radio. I do not want to give the county back, $4,000 or $5,000 and just, I want to spend it all. And so with that, the recommended action is approve the purchase of 28 portable handheld radios. The fiscal impact is an initial outlay of the $252,984.98. Once we show purchase, we're reimbursed. And so we've been awarded the money, it's waiting for us. They'll reimburse the $249,000. Also, approve the resolution to accept the grant funds from the State Homeland Security Program in the amount of $249,000. With that, I can answer questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, with that, I'll give it to council for either a motion or questions.
Question.
Finn.
I got a lot tonight. Chief, this is mostly out of curiosity. Who on staff applies for the grants? How do you find out that they're there?
In this case, relationship with people who sit on these grant boards, and I just was in probably the right meeting, the regional meeting, and I was approached and said, hey, I know you're looking to upgrade radios, you need to apply for this, it's closing soon. We did, and now we found that source, and so we have subsequent years, which I'll talk about at our next council meeting, where we have some other additional revenues coming from this grant. What we did though, and you'll see in a couple of weeks, is once people get wind that Beaumont found a pot of money, they all jumped in, and so we had to be a good regional partner and split it up. So our next two grants may be less, but it still helps our to offset the costs. This is certainly an expensive project, but one that's so necessary for officer safety and regional compatibility with all of our partner agencies.
So some good old-fashioned networking, and I would imagine then if we're sharing the wealth, and then we can expect that, you know, if somebody else catches wind of something, they would be willing to share and goodwill back to us as well, I'd imagine.
Yes, sir. This was the max. The $249,000 was the max you can apply for as a single agency. And so what we did is chiefs within the Erica radio system is then we went in on the other funds, and if you went in regionally, you could get more, but our share of that was less. That makes sense. But what we really want is all the departments to be on one radio system and have
We talked about before,
communications.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion?
I'll make a motion. No further discussion. Mayor, I move to accept the grant funds by waiving the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City of Beaumont authorizing the city manager to execute applications and documents for the purposes of obtaining federal financial assistance provided by the Federal Department of Homeland Security and subgranted through the state of California and the county of Riverside, and approve the purchase of 28 portable handheld radios and necessary accessories in the amount of $252,984.98.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Thank you. So that brings us to action item 15, consideration of a joint resolution between the cities of Banning, Beaumont, and Calamasa and the Morongo Band of Mission Indians to work cooperatively to create an International Highway 10 corridor strategic plan. Staff report by Mr. Todd Parton.
Thank you, Mayor, but I think this really may be more your report than mine. You've been working tirelessly on this. Earlier this year, we presented to council a concept to do the I-10 corridor strategic plan. And it's really looking at an active transportation corridor that stretches from Calamasa through Banning, Beaumont, and over to Morongo. And since that time, well, part of that council action was to accept that concept and authorize it, and then to authorize the mayor to reach out and talk to those partners. Mayor has successfully concluded multiple conversations, which included Banning Mayor, Calamasa Mayor, and the entire tribal council of the Morongo Mission Band of Indians. So it was good reaction, I think, across the board. So what was discussed was actually coming forward with a joint resolution that would be mutually signed by all the respective parties. So this is scheduled to go, I believe, next week to the Banning City Council. I understand it's headed towards the Calamasa City Council coming up in one of their meetings in September. And then the tribal council said that they would consider this and take this up. But they did advise that they respected and approved of the concept that we're talking about here. So again, the objective is to get us all on the same page, to be aligned in this as a common set of interests and goals, and then to be able to proceed forward with trying to secure financing and funding to do the regional planning that we need to do. Should we be successful in getting that, those grant dollars, then that next step in that process would be to then have each of the participating agencies designate an individual to be able to work together on a committee that would then oversee the appropriate study and then to provide recommendations for implementation and prioritization of the findings that came out of that study. And the objective is to make sure that we have a science, engineering-based strategic plan, so that when we're looking at representing our projects and requesting inclusion of projects into the regional transit plans, the Connect SoCal plan, all those things, they're based on a mutual support of our region, and then they're based on a scientific-based study that establishes those priorities. So with that, turn it back to you, Mayor Laura, for the additional
Thank you for
comments.
that, Mr. Park. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was really pleased to hear the enthusiasm that Morongo Band of Mission Indians Tribal Council voiced. Their concern was just to make sure that everything was, as we worked together, was equitable, because they have indicated that, you know, other cities are going to have a larger population to serve, and their concern was is that since their population is smaller, that they would not have the same equity. But the way we explained the plan was that it covers the entire pass corridor, and we'll have an actual report, engineering report, that shows what needs to be done, and then we'll be able to work on that as a group together. So they were pleased with that, and it was very well received. And with that, we'll go to Nicole. Were there any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Any questions or comments from council or motion? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor, for this. This is definitely something that really can show how the, this regional approach idea can really work. So I'm really glad to see that this would be that first step if everybody comes aboard.
It's exciting.
It really is, especially with the infrastructure and everything. It really covers a lot of different facets. So I'm very hopeful for this. I was a little concerned I hadn't seen any comment or action yet from the other entities, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. And I did want to comment that one of the residents, Ron Roy, has been in comment about the bikeways, especially of the regional nature. So I'm sure he'll be contacting us about this with some of his plans and ideas he'd like to present to the council. So I just wanted to pass that along. But thank you for this.
Sir. Mayor Pro Tem White.
With the recent, well, not recent, but the decision RCTC made last year to, that really put small cities at a disadvantage for projects. I don't think this could be, I think this is, the timing of this is perfect, because it does put us in a position that if we are working together and we can come together with an overall regional plan, we're going to have the same opportunity to get RCTC support that would normally go to Temecula, Murrieta, Corona. And so I think that this is a great step for that. I still don't count on any money from RCTC, but it puts us in a position to at least be able to make the argument that we're following their guidance and building a regional plan.
Great point.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, I'm just a silly thought. Instead of being a little fish, we can be at least a school of fish. So with that effort to try to work together. So I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate your efforts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great. I mean, because, last year, Todd and everybody, putting an idea. I mean, actually, Todd does really super good in putting all this strategic plan, and was submitted to the mayor's meeting and everything. And I do salute you, Mayor, that you're doing really recently, really persistent on putting this together. I think we're in the right direction on this, and I'm glad that we are continuously working with the city of Beaumont, city of Calamasa, and also Morongo Band of Mission Indian. And I think this is a big plus. And then probably we could be working with the, of course, the RCTC, the Riverside County on this. Good job, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Parton, you did a great job on putting this whole thing together. I think this was your brainchild, and thank you for the detailed plan that you put together, covers everything. So you're to be commended on that. Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a joint resolution of the city councils of the city of Banning, city of Beaumont, and the city of Calamasa, and the Morongo Band of Mission Indians to expand and diversify the San Gregorio Pass regional transportation system to mitigate environmental impacts and to support regional economic growth, and authorize the Mayor Lara to coordinate with the other entities to secure their approvals.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to action item 16, Cal City's annual conference resolution packet. Staff report by Ms. Nicole White.
Good evening, council. Before you is a packet sent by the California Cities, which is formerly the League of California Cities. They've sent the resolution packet as they do each year with their annual conference. So these resolutions are just to be discussed so that council can take a position on the resolutions so that the representatives within council can have a vote on the resolution presented. And the resolutions are included in the packet, and there's a link within the packet because the packet was rather large, so it takes you to the website.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. So with that, I'll open it up for council discussion.
Boy, nice and quiet.
Or a motion. I guess that would be the motion presented.
There will be no motion on
So,
this.
Mayor, it may be out of order, but one of the things that I would draw your attention to is the online sales tax equity item. I think that's premature to presume that there's an answer to what an appropriate disposition and share of that sales tax and use tax should look like. There is, I think we discussed HB 792 that's being considered under this legislative session that provides that online sales companies that are selling 50 million or more must begin to document and report to the state with regard to the location of where their sales are being derived or actually being delivered to. And until you get that kind of information, it's going to be hard to really evaluate and understand exactly what and where the appropriate apportionment of those sales and use taxes really ought to go to. So, I would recommend on that one that really it's premature to take a position, and then that's probably the communication I would recommend that we present back to the policy committee. I've talked about this to our area city managers group, our league group. We are scheduled to have a representative from HDL to discuss the implications of this policy and kind of some of the preliminary analysis that they've tried to do unsuccessfully because they didn't have the data sets to evaluate this apportionment concept from back in 2018. So again, this is a conversation that we've opened up with the area city managers as well.
Thank you for that, Todd. I appreciate that. Any other comments? Those are some of my concerns. It just doesn't appear to be very well vetted. The other concerns I have with this bill is that there's really no reference that I could find that shows how quickly that information will become available, which is going to be critical for budgeting purposes when you're setting up your fiscal budgets. And then leaving what do they refer to it as? I just lost it, I apologize. Basically the fair and equitable distribution formula. That concerns me too, especially after I know it's a different group, but the fiasco with arena formulas. I don't hold out a lot of hope that there was going to be equitable distribution. But I just think the bill in its current form needs a lot of work, is my 2 cents. So I would not be willing to support it at this time in its current form.
So are we looking, if I may ask?
No, yeah.
Are we looking for direction for our delegate to vote no, or to make a comment on our position, or what are we asking them to do?
I think probably a vote at this time, and a comment indicating why we wouldn't be supporting it if that's what we decide to do. My thought would be, City of Beaumont is not prepared to support this bill at this time in its current form due to the concerns of the timeliness of the data, lack of distribution planning or fair and equitable distribution detail. Those are just a couple of the items that.
Yeah, they usually have debate at that point where there'll be people that can come up and talk and so forth. It's kind of interesting that it made it that far out of the committee. I don't know. I'm not on the taxation committee, but I just think I agree with everything. I think it's kind of premature, and it's interesting to see as many cities that popped in on the support of that. So I would definitely go for a no for now. But that's
What did you say at the end there about a no?
I would definitely not support it. So
Okay.
I would definitely vote no. I said for the resolution to go forward until we get more information. We don't have enough info now.
Yeah, just,
Right.
They're asking the legislator to go forward, and we don't
Yeah.
even have half of the stuff we need. I'd like to hear our tax consultants,
Yeah, just like,
there's a city that has
yeah.
a
Sorry about that.
logistics center.
yeah, just like he recommended that, early to have a position on this, policy that they have. And the key action we could take is approve, disapprove, no action.
Okay.
So you have to direct me to what direction we want. On my side, it's just like you said that it's too early to take an action on this. So I will go on. That's my personal. I read the what they have the resolutions in here, and it's so complicated and everything. And I will share with you. I mean, I do used to work a controller on the manufacturing, and we manufactured. And when we do manufacture and send it to New York, there will be a different taxes. So the warehouse now is more complicated because of the we have the fulfillment, which is favorable to us,
Right.
because it's right here, and there will be tax, and there will be more income for us. I mean, but their resolution is to have an equitable, distribution of these taxes, which is okay. I mean, if Banning and and Calamasa doesn't have a share of this, I mean, but we're using their roads, their facilities going to our fulfillment. So I think that would be fair to share that kind of taxes. I'm going too far. I mean, because but the thing is, the key in here is this, sharing the taxes that we receive. So that's the thing that I'll go with that no action or disapprove on those items on that. So just give me a direction, Council. I'll be happy to.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Mayor Pro Tem White, yes, sir.
On the face of it, I disapprove of it. Because, when Amazon first started bringing in their fulfillment centers, cities made decisions based on project that was coming and the revenue that the city would generate. And they also made decisions like we have on impact mitigation and issues like that. And then the state made a deal with Amazon where the state ended up getting a good portion of the tax money. And I want to see where they've distributed that equally and fairly. I don't think we'd received any of that funding. So I just think that, in my opinion, the state's going to do it anyways. But let's not buy into it, and let's not show our support for it. So I agree it's too early, but I think it's going to have to be pretty solid, even if it's not too early for me to be in favor of it.
Okay.
So I'm definitely a disapprove.
Okay. I'd be good with disapproval.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be a no as well.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd be a no as well.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
You good?
Good direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that, Councilmember Santos.
And do
Okay.
we have the railroad?
Yeah, the railroad.
I'll be honest,
Oh,
I need,
sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make a comment, I would like to hear from the other council members. I'm not too familiar with this one, other than does it raise funds to help cities to clear up homeless encampments along there and that sort of stuff, and debris and trash? I didn't have the time to get through this portion of it.
The way I read it, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Is that they already have the inspectors, and the inspectors are not in compliance. They're not going out and inspecting. Now, they have 46 inspectors for the whole state. So if we say, yes, we need you to do your job, they might come around and say, well, we need more inspectors and so forth. But the way on the face is that the right-of-way of the railroad, you have blight and, homeless encampment and stuff like that, that the railroad needs to remove. And therefore, the CPUC is the one that has that authority to direct them to do that. So this is to me, the way I read it is, letting them know that you need to go out and enforce this and have the cleanups and tell them, hey, railroad, you need to clean up this area or you need to clean up that area. So I'm in support of it in that phase. I don't know if there's nothing about taxes or creating more, asking for more money. So I think we're good on that. And I'm sure the state should be able to, allow for that, adjust for that in their budget. But I agree that there's a lot of things we can't do as a city because it's in the right of way of the railroad, including graffiti and so forth on their some of their places. So I'm in support of it myself.
I would support it as well, based on what I've read. I think the concern that they have is that the CPUC doesn't have the budget or the resources to implement the program, but they have the staff, so that's typical with budgeting,
Yeah, it's
correct?
typical, but, at least I think it gives them the hey, go and do it type approach. And, I don't know for what it's worth, but I know that it's difficult for the city. We can't go and start, cleaning up the graffiti and stuff on the railroad and so forth. It's not our right of way. So is that correct, Mr. Barton? We wouldn't be able to go and start, painting over everything, railroad signs and boxes and stuff like that. That's
Right,
part of it.
that's correct. And the railroad typically doesn't allow other agencies to come do any work within their rights of way. So CPUC mandates that they have to clean this up. And so 41 inspectors for 6,000 miles of rail is not going to be adequate to cover all the inspections and ensure the rails carriers are meeting those mandates.
But I think it sends a message.
Right, I would agree. Any other? So that would be, I would vote to approve that.
It would as well.
That works for me.
Me too.
Very good.
Right?
Our agreement.
Is that it? So that brings us to action item 17. That's approval of city attorney invoices for the month of July 2021.
And because this matter involves my law firm, I'm recusing myself.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the invoices in the amount of $87,949.12.
I make one comment as I second it.
Okay.
I just want to remind the public that the city attorney does provide billing summaries to the council, so we are aware of the specific places of where the money's going. So It's privileged information for us, but I want to assure the public that we are reading those and we are looking those over to justify the costs. So with that, I'll second.
Good point, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Legislative updates and discussion.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Your legislative update and discussion for this evening, actually, you guys covered a good bulk of it already under the Cal Cities Annual Conference item. I had a significant amount of notes on the SB 792 sales tax law proposal. So unless you have any further comments or questions, I'll skip over that. I have no bills recommended for support this evening. I have a couple I would like to call to your attention for consideration of possibly submitting a letter of opposition. SB 12, which is the Senate bill addressing additional wildfire lands and pulling those lands out of the ability for cities to use for planning and accommodating housing, is one that could have a significant effect on Beaumont, as well as on a number of cities in the western Riverside County area, Riverside County as a whole. AB 215, which is authored by Chu, has to do with housing element mid-cycle reviews. And that's not currently something that the state undertakes right now, but this would then mandate a mid-cycle housing element review by the state. And then it would allow the Attorney General of the state of California to enforce violations of any of the housing legislations if a city has not produced, or I should say if a city has produced less than other cities on average. So this could be extremely detrimental, especially to cities like ours that are not in the more urban areas where we see a lot of multifamily and a lot of low or low mod income housing. So my recommendation would be to oppose this. And then AB 989 by Gabriel is along the same lines of this, but takes a different approach. So this legislation would establish an appeal process outside of the courts for violations of the Housing Accountability Act. So essentially right now, if a project is denied or something like a housing project is denied or something along those lines, and typically it would, be appealed, say, to council. And if council denied it, the appeal process would then carry through to the court system. This bill would establish an appeal process that would allow a developer to appeal to the State Department of Housing and Community Development to assess the issue. And considering the goals and policies of state HCD, I think this is almost a direct conflict of interest that they would be allowed to hear and decide on projects that were denied by cities, in particular housing projects. So anyway, my recommendation would be also to oppose this particular legislation. Then I guess that concludes for now. I have a little bit of additional information on rental assistance if anybody's interested in that. But I'll conclude my report at this time and just open it up to Mayor and Council if you have any questions or need information about anything specific.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Finn.
Ms. Taylor, I have a question for you. When a neighborhood is planned out and built, are there any areas that may have been a high fire hazard severity zone previously get redesignated because now it's a tract neighborhood? Does that actually happen, or does that area still remain in that zone? Do you know?
So I think it could be redesignated. and I guess that's something I could check into for sure, but if I'm not mistaken, I've seen the map and I think part of our areas in Beaumont, in Fairway Canyon, as well as down in the Four Seasons area, have the potential to be affected by this legislation.
Okay. Yeah, because in particular, I came across a few homes in Four Seasons. But it's by home, it's not the whole neighborhood. That there's a handful of them in there that are in that high fire hazard severity zone. And we, as realtors, have extra disclosures for homeowners for fire protection on what they've done to mitigate things and so forth. But I was surprised that those weren't reclassified now that they're inside the neighborhood. But if they're at the perimeter, that sort of makes a little bit of sense. But if we go in and develop, for example, the Legacy Highlands project, which is in the middle of an open field right now, and if that was a high fire hazard zone, if we build homes there, are they all still remain in it? Or again, does it get reclassified? And if it's the potential to be reclassified, could we then start that process, in that planning stages of that neighborhood to get that changed? Because it would certainly help even, for fire issues, obviously, but then it also help save homeowners on their insurance, or even help them with the ability of attaining insurance in the future. Because there's been a lot of insurance companies that have pulled their coverages due to fires and so forth.
Yeah. I will check into that process, if there's a process that we can go through, if an area is designated, if there's a way to roll that back. And I'll bring some information back to council on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Ms. Taylor, in your opinion, do we have time to bring these 3 items back, put them on the agenda for our next meeting to consider it?
Yes, sir. The ledge just went back in session this week, I believe yesterday. So I think we have time in the next couple weeks to bring these back, along with anything else you might want me to bring back.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to have time to review these 3 items. So
Okay.
I would like to see you bring them back for official yay or nay on them.
Mr. Mayor, on that, we have a 5th Tuesday, so we wouldn't meet back until September 7th, if that has any impact on it.
I think SB 12 that's supposed to come back in 2022, right? So we definitely have time on that. I don't know about the other 2, though.
Yeah, I think we still have some time on the other 2. I checked the Ledge Info site today, and I know there were a couple of bills that were scheduled to be heard at appropriations, but the website hadn't been updated yet. So I will double check again tomorrow, and I'll check with Townsend, our legislative folks up in Sacramento, and see if there's any issue with that. But I believe that coming back September 7th should still give us some time.
Okay. And I agree with your position on the bills that you have referenced as well. Appreciate that. Do we have any, we're bringing them back, so we're good with that? Thank you very much, Christina. That brings us to Economic Development Update.
Mayor and council, we don't have an update for you this evening. The committee met and just heard a recap of the housing element and gave no direction to staff.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Carey. Brings us to the City Treasurer Report. Mr. Giannetti.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We had a fairly quick meeting last week ourselves, but I have 3 quick pieces of information. One, we did have a resignation from a member of the committee, but we did have, the council did appoint several alternate members, so the chair should be able to appoint one of those into that position. Number 2, I did go back to the our audit meeting and advise them that the council approved the 4 recommendations we made, and I provided the priority. But due to not a full membership and all, we did not assign those subcommittees or come up with a time frame of when they would be done. The last item is the other 3 existing subcommittees had nothing to report. The next meeting, they have been told to come back with some type of progress report. One of the committees is actually meeting this Friday to review the internal audit control items that were from our last audit. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that report. That brings us to a City Clerk Report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. During July, we completed 20 public records requests, total staff hours of 5.5. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brings us to our city attorney report.
And I have nothing this evening.
Brings us to the one and only Todd Parton, city manager report.
Oh my, it's a pleasure to be able to present to you again this evening. You had in your packet the July 2021 project update, so some excellent reading, a lot of good information in there. I'm sure, I know y'all wait to read this report every month, so it's all right there. One thing that doesn't quite affect us yet, but the news did hit today, the Metropolitan Water District for SoCal actually issued their water supply alert. And that means that even though they have enough water right now and their suppliers do to get through the next year, they're saying that there may be a potential shortage for the following time period. And what that means is they are basically mandating a 15% water reduction for their 26 member entities. So doesn't affect us yet, but I think it's just a harbinger of water supply questions that will be coming our way. And when they said that 2020 was the worst year ever, they said 2021 was going to be better. I've got proof it isn't. Tim Tebow was cut today. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much for that report. We have any future agenda items? Seeing none, we'll go with council reports. Councilmember Martinez.
I try not to laugh as it encourages them. But I had to let that one go. I just very briefly attended the Financial Audit Committee last week. I attended the Zoom meeting for the Water Master this morning, and RCA is dark in August. And I look forward to the big day next week.
No animals, gosh. Councilmember Santos.
I attended the Chamber of Commerce breakfast with you guys, and that was fun. I mean, last Friday, the Park and Recreation did the excellent presentation. Other than that, nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Finn.
I have nothing to report this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
RCTC was dark also this month, and the Rangers could probably pick up Tim Tebow and improve his team, right?
Couldn't hurt.
Oh.
That's all I have to
Well, the
report.
jokes are flying. Well, outside of just the appreciation I have for the mayors of Calamasa, Banning, and the chairman, Martin, with the Morongo Band of Mission Indians and their support of this program, I'm really looking forward to getting that off the ground. That's all I have at this point. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 9:07.
What time?
9:07.
9:07.
Well, I didn't know you were.
No, I-
There's no bakers tonight?